Silent Hill 3. Continuing the free cam playthrough. We left off here at the end of normal Brookhaven. And we've got the door here leading to Otherworld Brookhaven. And for those who don't know, this is a free cam playthrough. So this right here is the main focus of the playthrough. And manipulate the camera and view things essentially however we want. And there's a lot of things in Otherworld Brookhaven I especially want the free cam for. There's a lot of really, really neat stuff. And details that I for sure know about. And never know, might discover something new. Let me know if the audio and everything is okay, if the game seems too loud or anything. Oh, look at that. You can see the gate above the hallway once it raises up. Here's the other one over here. Hallway is fully rendered. Even the stuff that's obscured by the draw distance, the darkness. All the way around the corner, the whole area is rendered in. Speaking about camera, have you tried third-person mod for Silent Hill 3 and 4? The modern camera mod, third person is a weird thing. I know what you mean, but those games are already third person. But yeah, the like over-the-shoulder modern camera mod. I have not tried it yet. I have not streamed it yet. I saw Bakba Soup playing it and using it, so it looks neat. I'll probably check it out at some point. Those kind of things are, I don't know, it's neat for a playthrough. It's still definitely cool to like see the game in a new way. I prefer this kind of thing though. I like free cam. I like being able to take my time. Because like the whole point of a camera mod is that you're looking at the game in a new way. And if you're playing these games for the sake of just playing them, I like the default cinematic camera choices that Team Silent gave us. But when it comes to like exploring and looking at the environments and things like, you know, this free cam mod are really, really interesting to me. But yeah, the modern camera mods are just they're not as interesting. That's not as much of a thing, I feel, for me as a fan. I feel like that's made for the types of fans who complain about the awkward, quote unquote awkward camera and controls for the original Silent Hill games. And they're like, why can't this be like modern Resident Evil remake? Well, there you go. That mod is for you. For me, I grew up on tank controls and awkward control schemes, so they're very familiar for me. They feel natural for this type of game. So changing that with like an over-the-shoulder perspective is like, it's neat. It's neat for like a gimmick thing for a playthrough, just to be like, oh, look how different things look from this perspective, but it's not something I care about. Why I haven't like immediately jumped on doing a playthrough with it or anything. to the gills with work. Have to catch the VOD. Much love. Have a good stream. Have a fun stream. Thank you so much. Sorry that you're so busy with work. Hopefully it all goes smoothly for you. Yeah, not too much to look at here with these hallways. But I'm always interested in looking at some of these perspectives. It's a shame I don't have a toggle for things like the darkness draw distance. So that I can like hear how it gets too dark once I pull a certain distance away with the camera. It'd be nice if I could toggle things like that off so that I could get a more full perspective top down of the layout for some of these hallways and things. But still really neat. Here's a neat perspective. It's too bad I also don't have separate control of the free cam and Heather. Our seal of Metatron making an appearance in this game, getting our official, you know, all these little connecting points to Silent Hill 1 as Silent Hill 3 goes on. Heather dictate where the free cam can go. It's not tied to Heather or anything. It's just a little bit awkward because like I'm controlling Heather and the camera at the same time. So like if I press down on the D-pad, that zooms the camera out, but it also makes Heather walk backwards. If I press X, it angles the camera down, but it also interacts with things if Heather is close to them. If I press triangle to angle the camera up, it tries to open the map. If I'm in an area where I actually have the map, I have to deal with the map like constantly opening. So the camera can go wherever it wants. It can just be a little bit awkward to get particular shots and particular things to look the way I want or to act the way I want, because I'm trying to set things up so that I'm moving Heather and moving the free cam at the same time. Pausing doesn't help much. Pausing doesn't do anything. It pauses everything. It pauses the game, the free cam. This picture. This one doesn't make my head hurt when I look at it. But I know this one. It must be...
Still has an unusually high fever. Eyes don't open. Getting a pulse, but just barely breathing. Why? What is keeping that child alive?
Hey, Lisa voice. Cecily Lerner voice clips. Lisa Garland's voice actress. Silent Hill 1. The hell was I daydreaming? No, it was more like watching a video in a dark room. But that nurse, I know her. Lisa, who was so heavenly toward me in that hellish hospital room. She did get a little weird, though. Start having Heather and her memories from her life as Alessa, her interactions with people like Lisa coming back to her, where we're getting direct commentary of it. I love this load screen. Silent Hill 2 and 3, and Silent Hill 4 even, load screens really stick out in my head. Now this is one of the rooms I really wanted to see with the free cam, because there's so many little hidden details that you can't see normally. So you've got the worm creature writhing around on the bed here. And you can see even inside, not like a fully rendered thing, but there's like this little moving fleshy texture bit where it's coming out. You can't see this normally. Like, you barely see that this thing is even there with the default camera angle. You can see there's some stuff here on the bed. Used syringes, bloody syringes and needles. And we're supposed to be getting little allusions and hints about Lisa. I don't know, there was an aspect of Lisa and drug abuse in Silent Hill 1. And according to Masahiro Ito, he originally was meant to model Lisa for this game, but didn't have the time and budget to make a whole new character model. So they reused a model from a different project that they had done, a music video called Fukuro, in place of creating a new Lisa model. Nora, thank you so much for the 28 months. Welcome back. Thank you. But yeah, this is supposed to be Lisa Garland. This was originally what Ito said he was going to model a Lisa PS2 like Lisa Garland model for. Kind of showing that she was still trapped, still tormented within the other world. And to sort of have that bridge, that connection of Heather remembering Lisa and then Lisa sort of manifesting as a result. So even though he didn't get to create the model that he wanted, he still wanted to kind of convey aspects of that idea. So we get that flashback of Lisa, we get the drugs here on the bed, all this neat stuff. Of course, we can see Vultiel now very clearly spinning his valve. Vultiel typically kind of treated as someone who is watching over God, ensuring the safe birth of the cult's god. The good shot of him. Is that text in blood on the wall above the bed? It is. It says, what a wonderful world, which is a reference not only to a piece of music, but specifically, Ito confirmed this was here as a reference to the movie The Exorcist 3, which is where the design for Lisa Garland came from, like the nurse with the red cardigan and all that, comes from The Exorcist 3. And he also confirmed that their use of the song What a Wonderful World was their inspiration for using it, or his inspiration for using it when designing this environment. But that's what the text is here. Even with the camera, you can see it's kind of difficult to see, but what a wonderful, and then down here underneath the mouth is world. Of course, the design of the mouth, a lot of people have brought this up. That is not supposed to be Lisa. I thought for a long time also that this was meant to be Lisa. It very much resembles a similar smile Lisa does on like the Silent Hill soundtrack cover. But Masahiro Ito confirmed that he specifically painted this without any sort of reference. It's not supposed to be any character in particular. It's supposed to just be an abstract mouth, along with the other artwork we see, which are ears, abstract ears that are bleeding. That these were meant to represent aspects of Alessa's sanity. I think Ito's exact words were Alessa's shrieking insanity. So again, these are supposed to be those aspects of Alessa that still remain in Heather that have sort of lost their sanity. A lot of different stuff they're conveying in this one area. And without the cam hack, you can barely see any of this. Here's the default camera. You see, now that you've seen where that worm is on the bed, here's how much of it you can see normally. You can see like the tiniest little bit of movement there. Oh, you can just maybe kind of see it move right as you're going up the ladder right there. If you're lucky, if you catch it in the right part of its animation. That's how much you can see normally. And then, yeah, free cam. You can see like there's this whole fucking worm, this bed, this texture, the drugs on it. Yeah, you can't see the syringes at all. These you don't see at all. Yeah. They just... You don't even get like a glimpse. At the Ukuro nurse representing Lisa. This bathtub is like a recurring element for the other world that Ito has commented on. Notice there's this like fleshy, bloody rope or cable, kind of like a connecting vein or tube, something connecting the other world and reality. And then there's another thing to view once I walk out here. And I need to kind of be quick about it. Oh, you can see there's Vultiel dragging a nurse into this little area here. And their models just sort of stop there once they're out of view. Why is Lisa being tortured? I never understood that. I mean, that's a question for Team Silent. Masahiro Ito has explained his intentions with who the character is supposed to be, but did not provide context or information on why. I never realized there was a wheelchair here. In this little area across from where Vultiel drags the nurse in. At the top of all of this, like, metal. There's actually just like a wheelchair sitting here too. Can't see Vultiel dragging the nurse in regular gameplay. You can. Just not that clearly. So, even if you go back in here, Vultiel is still there, the nurse is still there, the ladder is gone. Worm and everything is still there. Yeah, and then once you see this, that's it. You only get it the one time. So it's very easy to miss. Very easy to miss that little sequence of Vultiel dragging that nurse into the wall. Man, I love this visual effect. Just how sharp Heather's model looks against these like fuzzy background textures. It's like it's more than just they are bleeding and moving like gross dark textures, but they're like blurry. It's like your eyes will refuse to even focus on how grotesque this area is. Like you can't fully perceive it. Get a close look at the chunks of meat that are down here. Again, even zooming in super close, you can see like there is still a relatively high, you know, detailed texture and stuff there, just with these visual filters over it. Super creepy. Yummy sausages. Exactly. no. The fingernails are ripped off. It's like fucking Sadako. Here's the view from outside. There's a lot more arm there than I would have thought. And outside the window. Nothing else to say about it. And the halo of the sun on whatever this is supposed to be. Just super old, like, cloth parchment. Cool texture. Burlap sack, yeah. I always love the camera angle when you first walk in here. Just the close up on the bucket. That slow drop of blood. One of Leonard Wolf's victims being ritualistically bled out. That face. Kind of resembles one of the mangled James corpses in Silent Hill 2. Because they use basically like lower res versions of James's model for for most of the corpses in Silent Hill 2. And it kind of looks similar to those. There's a dead body hanging from the ceiling. The blood dripping from it has totally filled the bucket set out below. Who would do this, and for what? Looks like a full-out bloodletting. We'll find out that Leonard Wolf did that for a ritual. Ritual. Oh, does this effect not work on the emulator? That's weird. It's basically the same effect as the fuzzy walls in the previous room. What's that? There's this weird sour smell wafting around. There's supposed to be heat here. Yeah. There's supposed to be sort of fuzzy heat waves coming out from underneath the box in the middle. You can see it's just curtains arranged. There's nothing else hidden out of view here. Cool top down. Bright red room. That, like, red square right in the middle. Very cool. But yeah, since I'm doing the free cam through PCSX2, usually this effect works. I don't know why the heat effect is not showing up there. Oh, he's on his journey. He's on his quest to find Heather. I like how the music kicks in, because from Heather's perspective, the Slurper was visible for a moment. Because he was at the end of the hallway. Oh, here he is. He was faking. The Slurpers can pretend to be dead. I think they're like one of the only enemies in Silent Hill that ever does that. Where they'll actually fake being dead, so that when you go up to try to step on them, they'll have another chance to grab you and attack you. Which is like honestly a really smart gimmick. It completely plays on the player's expectations, especially for, you know, the third game in the series now, where stepping on enemies to finish them off is kind of like a staple. So here is this specific enemy that's like, no, fuck you. I'm gonna pretend to be down. And then when Heather comes up to step, that's when you grab. I just need to make sure save states that I can show stuff off here and not worry about dying. Of the infamous mirror room. Oh. Heather's reflection in this costume still has blonde hair. She doesn't have the full makeup on and hair color and everything. Also, here is, of course, how this effect is done. You can see with the free cam. They just duplicate Heather's model. Obviously not exactly, but there's just two rooms. And it mirrors your the player's controls. At least up to a certain point. There we go. And then that model freezes in place. Oh, there's the fuzzy filter kicking in on everything except for the gun. I love this texture. It's so gross. It's like little things swimming around in the environment around you. And you can see the texture also applies to the player model. See, everything is crawled up and is now crawling on Heather herself. Such a cool idea. For a totally optional room. Like Silent Hill, the original games have lots of rooms where the room is just there as a way to like give you a scare. Like but in the old games, like in Silent Hill 1 and 2, it'll just be like a sudden loud noise, you know, a sudden glass break or a scream, that kind of thing. This whole room, just as a concept, is so cool. There's so many neat ideas, visual effects, and playing with the player's expectations. So well done. Probably one of the best like horror rooms in a horror game. Go to the basement. Check this out. Horror game. I can't talk. Don't worry about it. Our buddy Stanley. Nothing actually rendered under any of the sheets, but worth it to look. Another room that looks pretty neat from a top-down perspective. All the hospital beds, gurneys arranged. All the way into the actual oven. He itself is rendered in there. Got the cremated key. Hey, Legate. Hope you're doing well. Cremated key opens up that, but check this out before we go through. This is what would be the entrance where you first enter Brookhaven. We were kind of looking at these nurses last stream just to get another good shot of them. Red square on their mouth, which is a holdover of the Silent Hill 2 nurse design as well. But these little black bob cuts now more closely kind of resembling Cheryl or Alessa. Got excuse me. Ampule. More syringes. Oops. See, this is what I mean. I'm like trying to move the camera around and accidentally interacting with the save point. Out left here. More syringes. Medicine bottles. Memo here on the chart. Dr. Midkiff. Please use extra caution with the patient in room 312. He should still have his religious freedom here in the hospital, but he shouldn't push his faith on others. I'm a victim too, so in reference to Leonard. Rumor has it he got here by stabbing someone over a religious dispute. Please be careful. So again, that's where we get some more information on Leonard and his fervent cult beliefs that he was willing to stab other people over. R. Crosby. So we have Midkiff and Crosby. The doctors mentioned in this note, which is a reference to the two lead actors in Pet Sematary. P.S. It looks like the rumor is true, according to the head nurse. I do think he's a good person otherwise, though. Easy to deal with. And that's another aspect of Leonard that I think maybe a lot of people don't pick up on or maybe don't talk about as much. The way the doctors talk about him, there's multiple notes where they're like, he seems like an ideal patient. Most of the time he doesn't cause any trouble. But maybe he's getting into religious disputes and stabbing people to death. But clearly the doctors and nurses are still having some sort of sympathy for him. They're giving him like the benefit of the doubt or something. But it seems like Leonard was just very charismatic. He was a prominent cult leader. So the idea that he would, the doctor says, I'm a victim too, like Leonard also has tried to push his faith on him. And then saying, it looks like the rumor is true, the rumor that he stabbed somebody over a religious dispute. But they're still saying, I think he's a good person, otherwise easy to deal with. So the doctors and staff, like, as long as he's not difficult for them, they don't seem to really give a shit. They seem to even kind of like him. long as he's not stabbing anybody. All right. Got Leonard's sketchbook. Damn, the low-res version, you really can't see much. Still vague little bits of it. The world is teeming with unnecessary people. God's decision that I fight. As a knight of honor, as a protector of the seal, I sacrifice myself to the blood of criminals. So, again, this is written from Leonard's perspective, like Leonard wrote this. The cult's god that he believes, is directing his life, as a plan for him. It's God's decision that I fight. As a knight of honor, as a protector of the seal, so he feels that he was appointed by God to be this protector of the seal of Metatron, this honorable knight among the God's followers, the cults, the cult members. Who wrote this? Some twisted individual, eh? See this and I want to ask him. So you think you're one of the necessary ones, but it seems like I've heard this protector of the seal business somewhere before. We also get some idea of like how Leonard and Claudia, despite being related and part of the same cult, like their beliefs are different. The world is teeming with unnecessary people. So Leonard believes that people who are not followers of his religion or not, people who don't believe in the cult's god, he just views them as criminals, as being unnecessary people, unworthy. And he believes that they are not entitled to the cult's, belief of paradise. He thinks they're not entitled to that. Claudia's belief is that everybody, no matter who you are, everybody suffers and everybody deserves paradise. Now, of course, she's trying to go about that by essentially exterminating everybody, killing all of humankind, so that everyone can die and go to paradise together, but her goal compared to someone like Leonard is at least more noble. She doesn't just view anybody who's not part of the cult as like unworthy criminals. I actually want to come back to this hallway a little bit later, because this little hallway here changes. after you've done certain other things. Something's fallen onto the floor. It looks like a severed leg. That same kind of nondescript meat. So this is locked. Not broken. Not jammed. It's locked. But you never find a key for that door. Because there is no key. To unlock that door, you have to listen to the happy birthday call, which is optional. I'm pretty sure there's a person under these rusty red sheets. I think they're dead. I can't bear to check for sure. Don't worry, I'll check. I'll check. There's nobody there. Fine. We can't do what we need to do in here just yet, but we can still look around with the camera. Leonard's patient room. Leonard Wolf's room. And you actually have to go through the process of essentially repeating one of the rituals that Leonard was performing when he was stabbing these other people over religious disputes. He was also sort of performing a ritual. The title is Lost Memories. One characteristic mentioned only in rare documents and dying out in the modern age is that of the ritual sacrifice. Offering prayers, pierce a man's chest with a copper stake. Drench the altar in the blood which spouts red from the heart to praise and to show loyalty unto God. So that was the dead guy that we saw being drained out into the bucket. One of the people that Leonard stabbed. And he was performing this aspect of this ritual, piercing the man's chest with a copper stake and drenching the altar in blood that spouts red from the heart. Heather has to collect blood from that same bucket, that same body, to do the same ritual that Leonard was doing. In another sacrificial rite mentioned in the same book, the victim is burned alive. So then this equates this ritual to a similar ritual of being burned alive, and this is more relevant just because of Heather's history being Alessa, being burned as part of this ritual. Now that, again, is one of those things that there's been a lot of back and forth on, whether or not Alessa was burned as part of the ritual or if she was burned as an accident. So this can be a reference to that. It might be more specific in that regard. It might be more vague in just the context of Alessa being burned. Still sort of leaves it somewhat ambiguous. This was a more dignified ceremony in which prisoners and sinners were not allowed to participate. Only the clergy could be sacrificed. Similar to burning at the stake, no comparable rite can be found in religions practiced nearby. May have some connection with the main deity being a sun god. Even though this religion extols redemption, it brings to mind a dark and cultish history. You zoom in and look, you can see little halo of the sun on the book there. The ritual altar items sort of laid out. Candles, knife. And this drawing, possibly depicting the cult's god, or what one of the cultists may have interpreted God to look like. Most likely done by Leonard. Like, he would have set up this whole ritual here, the whole altar. So presumably the drawing as well. And one of my viewers actually had shared a theory with me. Sure to give proper credit. Medieval Princess on Twitter had shared a theory regarding this. And essentially just the idea they wanted to share was the fact that this drawing very closely resembles the final boss of Silent Hill 3. So there's like this long veil that is placed over the god, and God is sort of not finished. It's born deformed. So it's got these bony legs and limbs. And you can see the drawing kind of resembles that to a certain degree. So one of my viewers, Medieval Princess, had pointed this out and wanted to kind of discuss it with a little more depth. And personally, I feel like this sort of thing is more of like just foreshadowing. Like the artist who would have designed this probably knew what the final boss looked like and wanted to foreshadow that design in some way. But then you can also try and think about it in terms of like in-world, in-game logic. If Leonard was the one who set up this altar and did this drawing, how would Leonard know what the god would look like at the end of the game if that version of the god is malformed, you know? It's an interesting concept, an interesting idea, theory from Medieval Princess. So I appreciate them bringing up theories. I always like when other fans and stuff share their interpretations and theories and kind of bring up these things. Sometimes it can, even if I don't necessarily agree, it can bring a little attention to some of these details and stuff that are maybe deserving of a bit more discussion and thought. And of course, I do have a Discord with a Silent Hill Theory channel. So for viewers, if you're watching, if you want to join the Discord, get a link for you here in chat. So if you ever want to share or discuss things, theories like that, or just kind of chill, hang out, know when the stream's going live. Yeah, I don't have a bot, so I have to do all this manually. Eventually, I'll get a bot set up again. But everyone's welcome to join if you would like to come in, discuss Silent Hill stuff with our community. More than welcome. I think one theory proposed is that Vultiel is trying to hide its imperfect form due to its rushed and improper creation as the caretaker of God. An interesting interpretation for it. And yeah, Mercurius, there is no like definitive answer for that either. I'm sure from a design standpoint, there was probably some inspiration or influence behind it, but not something that I know off the top of my head. Could just be another one of those things that it looked interesting and it spawned fan discussion, so that's always a good thing. All right, let's go floor 2. Break the camera just a little bit while the elevator goes. Easy to miss sound effect there, that little baby crying noise. You examine this corner over here, and the smoky room, the smoky chamber that we can just go right into. And check out Mr. Freaky over here. Mr. and Mrs. Freaky. Vultiel just standing on the wall, doing this. Again, this was originally supposed to be Lisa, but they reused the Ukuro nurse, an existing model. Oh. Hey, we can spawn her out of existence. That looks very raunchy up close. I think that's kind of the intention. That's kind of the idea with a lot of Ito's, like, ideas behind disturbing movement in creatures and in scene choreography. Also, just look at these paintings and stuff. Ain't that Lisa in the picture with the grill? No. We talked about that earlier, but no, that's a very common misconception. It's very similar to Lisa smiling on the Silent Hill 1 soundtrack cover, but it's not the same. Masahiro Ito has gone on record saying he painted these images, this mouth and this ear. He painted these specifically without reference. They're not meant to be anyone specific. They are meant to be abstract representations of Alessa's shrieking insanity. Yeah, no red square. Whoa! Hopping in and out. No red square on her mouth. Fucking nurse about to get me banned from Twitch. Trying to look at her mouth, I promise. For science. And if you thought that it looked very raunchy from before, There's the top-down view. Vultiel is just gobbling that shit up. And this scene will actually change in a moment. Some animator had a field day designing this scene. I'm pretty sure it was just Ito. A lot of these little set pieces, like the models and everything, are usually Ito. I remember when it used to be the theory that it was Marilyn Monroe's smile. Yeah. I used to believe in that one because it was very, very similar. Much more than, like, even Lisa on the Silent Hill 1 OST. But, yeah, Ito confirmed that was not the case. He painted them without reference. Nothing important in the trash. No use digging around in there anymore. This magazine. Whoops. See, again, it's going to be a little bit awkward trying to get the camera and everything just right. Because I'm controlling the camera while also turning Heather around and moving her flashlight. See a creature somewhat resembling Vultiel, but you can see clearly it's got a different head, little bit different model. Something strange is cooped up in the locker. I think I'm safe, but I shouldn't get too close. Actually, the more I look at it, the more pitiful it seems. Like a child locked up in there with no chance of escape. Forceps, like pinning a coat onto the wall. Bloodstained white robe hung up on the wall. Does it mean anything? More images here. Interesting artwork. These look a little bit more similar to like some of the books and things that were in the beginning of the game, in the mall, in the bookstore. These look similar to like Hiroko Usuda's artwork for that area. Might be. Paper bag here with nothing but garbage inside. My favorite. This isn't the locker that's ringing. This isn't where I parked my car. Here it is. And poke the camera inside and figure out which one has the phone. This one. The bloodiest one. Who would have thought? It's even like a different color compared to the others. A little more like silvery. Kind of like a grayish color. The others are a little more brown. Oh. Alright, I'm just like wanting to look around before I start this cutscene. Kind of looked like writing at first. I saw this right here. And it looked like O-R-Y, like sorry. Misspelled. Sorry.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Oh, I forgot your name.
Who are you?
Oh, okay, thanks. Happy birthday, dear. Who are you? Happy birthday to you. Happy 31st birthday.
Is this Leonard?
That's the murderer's name, not my name. I'm not your beloved Stanley either. He's underground now. His new name is Number 7. But don't worry about that now. It's time to celebrate your birthday.
You've got me mistaken for someone else. Today's not my...
I'm not mistaken. Today is your 24th birthday. And I have a present for you. Which do you prefer? To give pain or to receive it? You can have the one you hate the most. Happy birthday to you!
But you're wrong. It's not my birthday.
Not my birthday. Iconic scene. Love it. And that, now that we excuse me, now that we've listened to that phone call, it unlocks
I'm a police officer from Bram's, the next town over.
that one locked room on the first floor. Mercurius, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. And hey, Empress. So yeah, now Vultiel and Fukuro nurse Lisa are gone. And we've got this creeping, crawling, bloody texture all over everything again. Whoever was here before is gone, so is that smoky stuff. What was that anyway? Is Vultiel and Fukuro nurse being freaky? Don't you worry about it. Here's our pierced with a stake victim. We need his blood. Technically, I've already got his blood. Now I'm going to have 2 bloods. Or does it just give me 1? Because as part of the cam hack, I also just cheated in everything in the inventory, just in case I wanted to skip through certain things, since the point of this playthrough is more to focus on exploring things with the free cam rather than any other aspect. So didn't want to worry if I didn't want to backtrack for a particular item or anything. But for the most part, I'm still trying to do stuff somewhat normally. Hope and wonder we see a Silent Hill 3 Enhanced Edition soon. Probably not soon, at least not from the same Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition devs. I imagine they're going to take a pretty long break after 7 years of working on and supporting Enhanced Edition. But it would be nice. I can be patient, because that is something that I would also really like. So now, we've listened to the happy birthday caller. This door was locked previously. Now written, painted, I hope that's paint, some white substance, says happy first birthday. So this was previously locked. Now it's open. There's nurses in here. intend on buying the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition just to bank on there being a Silent Hill 3 Enhanced Edition. It's free. It's a free mod for the official PC port of Silent Hill 2. So don't pay money for it. If someone is charging you money for Enhanced Edition, you are not getting the correct thing. I think there are donation pages on the Enhanced Edition website. It's not on Steam. You have to have the... So, Enhanced Edition is not like a standalone game. It's a mod. It's a mod for Silent Hill 2 PC. So you have to have Silent Hill 2 PC already. Konami doesn't sell that digitally anywhere. They never have. The only way to legally have Silent Hill 2 PC is if you bought a physical copy back in 2002 when it came out. Obviously, because they don't sell it anymore, it's considered abandonware. So there's a website called My Abandonware where you can download abandonware software like Silent Hill 2 PC. So you download that for free. You download Enhanced Edition for free. You shouldn't be paying anything. No. The remake's a completely different thing, Empress. So this is one of those things, and you're not the only one. Games and things need to be more clear in how they're like titled and named and everything, because there's so many things that people confuse. And I actually joked about this with a viewer on stream a while back, and he got offended because I like gave him shit because a viewer came in and said like, what are my thoughts on the Silent Hill Deluxe Edition or something like that, which there's nothing called that. But it's easy to get confused because for Silent Hill 2 alone, there is the original Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 2 Greatest Hits, Silent Hill 2 Director's Cut, Silent Hill 2 Saigo no Uta, Silent Hill 2 HD Collection, Silent Hill 2 PC port, Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition mod for the PC port. And these are all different things. These are all different things. So it's easy to understand why you're confused. And then the remake on top of that. Silent Hill 2 remake coming out. So, like, for example, if you are new to the series and you're just like trying to play Silent Hill 2 and you start trying to search stuff, it's a nightmare of information. And ultimately, the conclusion you're going to reach is, if you're trying to play the original Silent Hill 2, you can't. Unless you're specifically buying like old hardware, like PS2 copies, which are insanely expensive, or pirating the abandonware PC port, or emulating the console ports. If you're not doing any of that, like you're not playing the original game. So then your only other options are like the HD collection, which you can still buy digitally, and it's terrible. It's absolutely fucking dog shit. A horrible way to experience Silent Hill 2 and 3. Or you have the remake, which is coming out. So you can see that on your PlayStation 5 or on Steam. But, you know, it's not the original. It's a remake. It's a different game. It's a completely different game. It's going to have similar things. But it's not going to be the same game. But yeah, don't feel bad about being confused. When you have like HD remaster, which is a different thing from Silent Hill 2 remake, which is a different thing from Silent Hill 2 enhanced edition. You know, for a lot of casual fans, no one's expecting people to keep all of that like information straight in their head. I like that scene. Like, okay, you're performing this ritual that Leonard has performed to sort of follow in his footsteps. And then you get this bloody streak. Again, going back to this image, I feel that it's more foreshadowing for these visual elements, like the long red streak here leading down the ladder to where you confront Leonard. Hey, Sin Dragon. Hope you're doing well. See the inside of this. That actually renders pretty far down. Been following since 2016, had no idea. Yeah, been a while. I think you initially came over to my channel with a UFO Techie raid. Because yeah, 2015 is when I started focusing on like Silent Hill speedruns. Yeah, Techie 55. Alright. Let's go poke Leonard. Sadly, I can't manipulate the camera during cutscenes. Otherwise, I would definitely look around this cutscene a lot.
Heather?
Yeah? Leonard, where are you?
Thank you. Now I can finally leave here. Now Claudia's ridiculous dream is over. Well, I guess it's time to dispose of her. The salvation of all mankind. Ha! Why must we reward even the unbelievers?
What are you talking about?
About our plans, of course. It's true that God is merciful, but first, one must be chosen. Only we, who hearken to the voice of God, will be given the keys to paradise. Don't you think so, Heather?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and think whatever you want.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that I don't think the way you guys do. I don't want any part of that kind of paradise.
You're an unbeliever. You deceived me.
I didn't deceive you. each other. I thought you were a normal person.
So you tried to trick me so you can run off with my seal, eh? Heretic! You plan to destroy God!
I told you I wasn't trying to trick anyone. What is this seal thing anyway?
Don't play innocent. You can't fool me anymore. The seal is mine! I was appointed by God to be its guardian! The only thing you'll get from me is a gruesome death.
Leonard? Is that you?
Death to all who turn their backs on God!
Is every person here a mental case? Well, I guess you're not a person anyway.
Got him. Got him. Let's look at how gross and weird Leonard is. Oof. His little leech tongue thing popping out of the side of his head. He's got ass gills. He breathes through his ass gills. Take a look at the actual arena here. Like a mangled mess of steel pipes. Little bits of bloody chain link. Although here it looks more kind of like fishnet. Kind of going with like the aquatic theme. To me it always looked kind of like fishnet and like fish hooks hanging down off of it. Got the big meat grinder wheel thing over here. It looks like a bunch of quarters. Yeah. My quarters. I need those for the arcade. I got something for your ass gills. Can't remember, do you die if you get too close to the rollers? Nope. You do take damage. I think eventually you can die. It's not like an insta-kill or anything. It might be insta-death on hard or extreme. Honestly, I don't know off the top of my head. Next time I do an Extreme 10 playthrough, we'll find out.
Police officer from Brams, the next town over.
I'm almost dead. Just chilling. Thank you so much for the 73 months. That is a lot of months. A lot of years. Thank you so much. Much love. Thank you, thank you. It's the Nubster. How you doing, man? I'm doing good. We're chilling. We're trying to see if Heather dies to these big rolly wheels. Yeah, they don't seem to kill you on... Are you on beginner? I think so. I'm trying to remember what difficulty I actually picked. Because the focus was on just doing the free cam stuff. So I probably put it on easy. In Silent Hill 2, you can't die on beginner. I mean, you can. You absolutely can. Same for Silent Hill 3. It's harder to die. Like, you don't die as easily, obviously. You have way more health. Things do way less damage. Enemies are way less aggressive. First thing you do in every game you do is you play is try to die. In Silent Hill 3, you actually have to die on easy mode to unlock beginner. I think you have to die like 6 times on easy or something. A certain number of times, and then it'll give you beginner mode as an option. I remember having to do that for fresh installs
It's not here anymore.
whenever I was speedrunning.
I guess I should head back to the motel now.
If I was doing any categories where I needed
Douglas
beginner,
is okay.
I would just boot up the game and die a bunch real quick.
Huh?
Dying really quickly on easy mode in Silent Hill 3 is a huge pain in the ass. Because it's basically the fastest thing is to get a specific set of attacks from the closer enemies during the nightmare intro. And it's completely random. Totally RNG. So if you speedrun and if you're doing a category where you need to do that intro, you're just kind of at the mercy of closers killing you quickly. Look at Heather from outside. From the void. I like how you get this nice sensation of like the outside light coming in through the windows and stuff, and then pull the camera back. It's like, nope. Still void. Stuff like this is kind of interesting. Door that you can't go into, room that you can't enter, but there's still floor like rendered over here, and it's different from this floor, like smaller tiles. Just these interesting little things that are kind of out of view. But that pretty much does it for Brookhaven. Time for a scene with Vincent and Claudia.
Why did you send her to my father?
Was that wrong?
It's your fault that he...
Oh, but surely it's a good thing. It means he was one of God's beloved, no?
Those who mock God will never receive salvation. You'll go to hell, Vincent. You'll never feel the joy of God's everlasting paradise.
And you think God is going to save you? Ha!
What do you know anyway?
I know about the pleasures of this world. And I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. You hated your father, didn't you? I saw the way he hit you, and kicked you, and made you cry. The memory of his cruelty is forever burned into my mind.
Yes, and that's why we need God.
What you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone.
You don't understand. None of you do.
If it weren't for the excuse me. If it weren't for the problematic hauntings, sorry, my throat has been giving up on me lately. Losing my voice a lot. If it weren't for the problematic hauntings, would love to, in real life, visit Silent Hill in the other incarnation version. Didn't want to say Otherworld. You can say Otherworld. I'm not one of those sticklers over referring to the Otherworld. They refer to it like even Harry Mason describes it as being an other world. If you look at some of the excuse me, direct translations that Jeremy Blaustein did for Silent Hill 2 and onwards, like, they refer to it internally as Otherworld. Or another world. I don't think I've ever known fans to get upset over fans using the term otherworld, though. Other than, like, Twin Perfect. And even within Twin Perfect, it was really just Rossiter. That was, like, his pet peeve. I know Fungo didn't really give a shit about that kind of thing. Like, I know Fungo. I've streamed with Fungo and stuff. It's funny how very specific things like that are kind of not common enough opinions that you can kind of narrow down where they come from. Thought they were just memeing. I think part of it was just a meme as well, because they had the running bit with Booge popping up to say otherworld because Rossiter and Fungo refused to say it. But I don't know, maybe there are other fans that get upset by using that term. The same way where, like, even because I like Rossiter and Fungo. I like Twin Perfect and the stuff that they make. Like, but there's weird stuff like, you know, the Otherworld hang up and stuff like that I never really understand. Another one that I've noticed is Gaming Muse. A lot of Silent Hill fans might be familiar with the Gaming Muse. In their YouTube channel, they do a lot of video essay, Silent Hill horror game content. And Gaming Muse, the big hang up is referring to the devs as Team Silent. That's very similar to, like, Twin Perfect not wanting to say Otherworld to me. Like, just say Team Silent. I understand sort of the argument. It wasn't used internally at first, but it very quickly became an internally used, you know, shorthand to refer to the Silent Hill dev team. And even if the members of that dev team change from game to game, like, okay. Band members often change in a band, and the band still uses the same name. So, I don't know, the argument of, like, there is no Team Silent, that fans shouldn't say Team Silent. That fans shouldn't use the term Team Silent. I'm not on board with that. Because when I say Team Silent, you know exactly what I mean, as far as, like, shorthand goes. I'm talking about developers of the first 4 games, even though those developers' exact makeup from game to game's not always the same. There was still a more cohesive idea, cohesive understanding of what that group of developers wanted to do, and it's just easier and much more logical to refer to them as Team Silent. I don't know, weird things, weird hills to die on. That and the not saying the other world thing. Although I'm sure I have my shit like that too. What's my thing? Because it's harder for me to like reflect on what is my stupid Silent Hill. Exactly, Silent Hills to die on. What's my dumb Silent Hill hang up that really doesn't matter? Something like not referring to the other world as the other world, or not referring to Team Silent as Team Silent. I feel like most of the stuff that I'm really passionately upset about, there's more reason behind it. Centralia is probably the thing that like is like that frustrates me more than any other. But that's legitimate misinformation that just has persisted for a long time. It's just wrong. Sometimes parts of fandoms get caught up in the weirdest shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, it happens. Although, I think it says a lot that even with a lot of weird things to get caught up on, a lot of weird little particulars when it comes to Silent Hill and its fandoms, or its fandom in general. Most of it is really interesting, even if it's pretty weird. I like so much of the discussion surrounding Silent Hill. Even things I don't agree with. Even things that I don't believe in personally. I think it's really interesting seeing how people interpret things from these games and how those personal interpretations give way to their own kind of ideas and, you know, concepts of what's going on in the story or how they perceive the characters. Like, not everybody perceives the story and the characters and everything in the same way. And it leads to some really interesting, like, unique interpretations. And there's a lot of things out there where fandom, like, interpretations are just kind of dumb. Like, they're kind of stupid. Fan theories are really not worth your time. Silent Hill fan theories, even ones that are maybe not great, or, like I said, ones I don't personally believe in, are usually still at least interesting. It's usually interesting to at least get somebody's perspective on something, or their take on what something could mean, or what something could be a reference to, you know. Especially things that are intentionally left open. When it turns into arguing over things that are, like, confirmed one way or the other, where you've had a developer say for sure, you know, Mary's body's in the back seat. There's no arguing that. Just because it's not shown or displayed in the game, it is clearly the developer's intentions. So that's not the kind of thing that, like, I feel there's a whole lot of discussion around the fact itself. But then theorizing on, like, okay, how long before James arrived in the town did he kill Mary? That's not so specific. There's a big range of things that will work and won't work. Anything from a few hours to roughly a week. So it's interesting to hear people's theories on, like, all right, what happened there? Did he kill her and go straight to the town? Did he, like, sit around with her body for a day or so? Like, what else could he have done, you know? And those are the kind of things that I like talking to people about, because you get some really interesting ideas, some really interesting interpretations for something that is left intentionally open and vague. Those are the things I love talking about and discussing. I don't like arguing over the stuff that, like, it's proven, you know, either in game or through developer commentary. It's still interesting. It's still, like, fun trivia and stuff about the games, but yeah. Hey, X24.
Where's Douglas?
He went out. But he left a message for you.
Was there someone else here just now?
No, just me. Don't you want to know what the message is?
Yeah, what did he say?
The church is on the other side of the lake.
Church? Wonder what he meant by that.
You don't understand? That's where Claudia is. Across the lake, on the north side. If you're going, you better go through the amusement park. It's probably the only way in now. Go northwest on Nathan Avenue. It's a bit far, but closer than heaven.
Is that it for the message?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Douglas really said that?
What's wrong? You don't trust me?
No. All right. We've already looked around the town streets. We're done looking around Brookhaven. Nothing new for us to look at right now, so we're just going to run straight to the amusement park. I've always wondered if he is indeed being truthful there, or if that's just where he wanted Heather to go. Well, Douglas is there, but Vincent could have sent Douglas there, because everything right now is sort of being manipulated by Vincent. Vincent approached Douglas, and this happens off screen, so a lot of people don't realize it. But after the scene where Harry Mason dies, when Heather is talking to Douglas after she leaves her apartment, Douglas approaches her and says, "I just saw a guy named Vincent. He gave me this map. He told me to look for a guy named Leonard." So Vincent approached Douglas while Heather was still in the apartment, gave him the map, told him to go to Silent Hill, told him to check out Brookhaven Hospital to find Leonard, all of these different things. And he also gave Claudia's address, which is where Douglas goes while Heather goes to Brookhaven. So there's some truth to what Vincent is saying, but he's also manipulating things sort of to his benefit.
I'm a police officer from Brams, the next town over.
I stay high, 86. Thank you so much for the 11 months. Welcome back. Welcome to Lakeside Amusement Park. One of the first areas, the first area when we had the nightmare intro of this game that we were exploring with the free cam. So I'm not going to spend too much time on things that we've looked at before. But you want to go on YouTube, watch part 1 of the free cam playthrough, and see where we explored all of this first part of the amusement park. Look at a few of these things. Gotta stop and look at a couple things. But if you're wondering why I'm like going through this and the next area a little bit less thorough, that's why. We've already looked at all this stuff. Fun fact, I know a girl in real life with those same tattoos Heather has in this outfit. Very cool. With the exact same tattoos, like all of them. There's some really intricate stuff in there too. Some really cool looking tattoos. Sir. Brother. Pretty close. There's some really specific little detail stuff in these tattoos as well. If you look, like right here, there's Vultiel on the arm, hunched over. There's also stuff like in the palm of her hand. There, it's another Vultiel right here. Got a little Vultiel on a ace playing card in the palms of her hands. Really neat little specific details on her tattoos, because this whole outfit was designed by Masahiro Ito. This was the only costume for Heather that Ito designed. So he put lots of little details and things with Vultiel into the tattoos, and of course you've got the Japanese character and markings. Really cool. Yeah, I love this costume as well. Out of all of the ones in game, this is probably my favorite. Like, compared to everything else, zipper's okay. Heather wearing a shirt of herself is honestly like, I love that. Like, I like this one. That's a very early 2000s thing. Like, isn't it such a meme? I'm wearing a t-shirt and it's me on my shirt. Don't touch shirt, the onsen shirt, transient shirt, all of her like tank tops and stuff are pretty good. This is the only one that like redoes the makeup and the hair and everything though. Really cool. Well, then you've got the Princess Heart. OPM says relax. Official PlayStation magazine. This is real and in the game, not a mod. Game Network, GameSpy, Game Pro, Game Informer, Electronic Gaming Magazine, and of course, we haven't rocked this in a little while. There you go. There's Princess Heart. Sexy Beam Shupatsu. But this is probably my favorite. God of Thunder is just too cool. Again, the fact that you get the like hair and eye color change. So cool. Pow. Ow. After Harry died, she went dark and gothic. Heather's goth phase. The rabbit stuffed animal here. All the little Robbie merch. Oh, kanji on her tramp stamp. There you go. There's several kanji characters throughout the design. There's like this one here, this one here. I think this might be characters. Yeah, this whole thing on the side. Is it true that Dead by Daylight has official lore for Heather after the events of Silent Hill 3 that she decided to help children? I mean, it's true that there is lore in Dead by Daylight. How official it is? Like, obviously Konami had to approve it, but it's written by, you know, random behavior devs. So how canon or not it is totally up to you. Borley's mansion on the calendar. But yeah, in Dead by Daylight, the lore is Heather basically went on after the events of this game and wanted to help like troubled teens, and joined a troubled teen like, you know, help hotline type of thing, call center. And she got a call while working in the call center that sounded like Claudia's voice. And then fog showed up. And then she was in the entity's realm, Dead by Daylight. Lakeside Amusement Park. I love looking at all the little posters and things for the amusement park. But again, we looked at a lot of this already in part 1 of the cam hack playthrough. Time for the mountain coaster. Mountain coaster. There's a rebel mom with 3 kids of her own. See, that's the story we get from the UFO ending. So, this is one of those things that I never realized. And part of the reason why I like doing these cam hack playthroughs. So, when I went through this part on part 1, I never realized this body that was like stuck in this vent. When you actually clip in here, you can see like the hands hanging out on this side, the head in there, and then folded over the back is the back and the legs. I never realized this was a body. Like, every time I've done playthroughs of this game, I always thought, like, here's the default camera angle. Here's how much you can see. And this always, to me, just looked like meat or something hanging down. Heather just says, what the hell is this? I feel like I'd catch something nasty if I touched it. I really better not mess with it, not that I especially want to. She doesn't acknowledge it as like a body. She's just like, what is this? I don't want to touch it. So I never even saw it as like a body until I did the cam hack part 1 and looked at this closer and was like, oh shit, there's actually just like a body stuck in there. It's not just random meat hanging out. And the fact that the arms are hanging out here, you walk right past them on the stairs, but here's your normal default camera view. Like, you barely can even see that there's anything coming out of that vent, let alone that it's specifically arms or hands or anything. Cool detail. One of those things that I really liked discovering when I first started doing this this playthrough. Also, we need to turn this off.
I hired you to find the girl, and you performed serviceably. What is it now?
You lied to me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
Lie? What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when a lesser, Mother of God, truly awakens,
Yeah? What's gonna happen?
she will usher in the eternal paradise.
What kind of place is that?
A place with no pain, no hunger, no sickness, no old age. There will be no greed or war, and all will live by God's grace alone.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
I pity you. You still don't understand. You're going to kill me? Is it really so easy for you?
I've done it before.
Then I truly do pity you.
All right. Now we're into new parts of the park we have not explored with the free cam yet. Things that were not a part of the intro. Lakeside Amusement Park. Got Borley's mansion right around the corner. Before we get to that, I'm going to take a really quick break. Luckily, the one thing I can usually still think about and remember is Silent Hill stuff, so we'll get back to Silent Hill 3. Taking a look around Lakeside Amusement Park. Keeping an eye out for skeleton managers. There's a lot of stuff out of bounds here. Look, we've got a corpse just laying over here. Some of this stuff I've known about that's out of bounds because of speedrunning. There are a lot of out of bounds routes and parts of the run for Silent Hill 3 where you're just clipping out of the map and running through a void essentially most of the time. But this is one of those areas in the speedrun where you can clip through and run through run out of the map this way and skip Borley's altogether. So I knew that stuff like that guy was there. There's another one there. Never noticed the body before? Yep. And these are scattered all around Lakeside. Little callbacks to Silent Hill 1. Similar bodies in these same sort of robes with the collar and cuffs can be found in the other world in Silent Hill 1 as early as Midwich. So Silent Hill 3, because it's a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1, it does a lot of parallels and a lot of callbacks to certain aspects, visual aspects of Silent Hill 1. And this is one of those, where we're starting to see elements of the environment, elements of the other world are essentially the same as they were in Silent Hill 1, because this is Alessa's nightmare again. So you're seeing all these familiar elements. See through the fence, that's actually where Borley's exits out. Borley Haunted Mansion. Welcome. Something since 1906. This is how I want to do my yard for Halloween. Make it look like this. Right outside Borley's. Little jack-o'-lanterns. Oh, the texture on the graves is mirrored. Not rendered on the opposite side. Very common. Saves memory. I like how even the lighting, like how they give you the spooky lighting and everything for Borley's, and even the lights are accounted for in the environment. Like here is the actual light source. This little ghost. Ghost on a stick. He's awesome. The actual sign. It's Siren Head. Okay, everybody. Nothing rendered back here. Fine. Here's another little ghost buddy. That really is a mansion. Wow, what a mansion! Thought it was a sorting hat. It kind of reminds me of Peach's Castle in Mario 64 for some reason. Welcome to Heather's Haunted Mansion. Oh, look at the little room. Oh, because you can see in the glass. That's cool. That little bit of image rendered in. Just because you can see, normally see right here through the glass up there. Cool. More ghost buddies. Addams Family-esque a little bit. So the texture for the gravestones is like flipped around. So this is 1974. 2011? (1974 to 2011). Remember, this is a game that came out in 2003. Timeline confirmed. Yeah, very odd dates. Weird thing for like a to use for the grave texture. Especially because, yeah, they had the same grave textures from Silent Hill 2 they could have used. And those are more like obscured. You can't actually see that they say anything specific. I'm surprised they wouldn't just reuse that. They were trying to warn us. They knew. They knew the whole time about 2011. And 1974. All right. Let's go.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. We're so glad you came.
Oh, we can go up into the
Please
thing.
come inside and look around.
Oh, I'm definitely going to
When
look
you
around.
feel you're ready, then go through the door.
How cool. This is based on like an actual thing, right? This is based on part of the Disney's Haunted Mansion attraction. Help.
Do you hear those voices? A family of
What
4
were they
was
eating?
sliced into bloody pieces in this room.
Give me the gravy.
The cries
Oh.
of the children.
That's right. The camera
murderer
angle
was
automatically
wrong.
changes here.
Do you know why he said he killed his family? Because I felt I had to.
It like snaps control away from me.
I'm lying. It's all just a joke.
Is the body already there?
I wanted to scare you, that's all.
The one that drops
The
down?
truth is,
That's in the next
only
room.
one person died
There is the...
by suicide.
Yeah, see, there's that. There's like the shadow, but that's just the silhouette. They don't actually put anything there. Yeah, it's just a lighting effect rather than render something. But you never know. Sometimes they do the more like practical way of doing an effect where it would like save console memory. Sometimes they just render a bunch of stuff in that the player would never see. Like, why? Creepy painting. Hey, Mom Zombie. Why is the view the same out of every window? Because it's a fake haunted house. It's an attraction. Just like going to Disney. Going to the Haunted Mansion. You're not actually going to see out of those windows, a lot of them. You're just going to see like an image. Or a screen. Nowadays, it's probably more screens where they can put like animated stuff. Help. The windows in the other area that were up high. Yeah, and I knew which ones you meant. Can I go back? I don't think this lets me go back. Yeah. Borley's makes you go forward. Oh my god. Danny's... Whoa, Danny. So Danny is up here the whole time. And he is freaking out. Me after 5 Red Bulls. So from down here, you can see the trap door actually. There's even like a latch for it. You can't see this as like the player without this, like without a camera hack. You can't even look up at this part of the ceiling. But there it is. There's an actual latch for where the trapdoor opens. And this body falls down. So Danny isn't the guy in the chair confirmed. Here's my thoughts on it. It's a haunted house, right? So this is like a bait and switch. Where you come in, you're supposed to be scared. The announcer's talking about this presumably this person in the chair, and then they have a fake body drop down while you're focused on this one. Like, that's a pretty common haunted house thing. But then the twist of it for Silent Hill 3 is that the body that drops down is a real body instead of a prop. And he's freaking out. Body in the chair looks kind of like James's dad. I was just going to say that too. Looks a little like Frank Sunderland. Now, Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4 were in development around, like, pretty much at the same time. So there were some shared assets between the two games. Although it's not quite the same. This looks unique. Like, made for this. Look at his socks. Little slip-on shoes. Nice sock detail. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, you can barely even see this model with the normal camera. And they rendered the fucking little ridges in his socks. Crazy detail. That's why I like this. That's why I like trying to look at all these little details and things up close. Because there is so much stuff that just would not expect to be there. You would not expect there to be detail in so many of these situations where there's not only detail, but like a crazy amount of detail. Team was full of perfectionists. I don't know about perfectionists, but they definitely had an interesting artistic vision when it came to how to make their games. They were doing things that were not very typical for game development at that time. There was a lot of attention to detail on areas that most games didn't worry about. Danny. I wanted to get a shot of the body dropping.
But quite friendly, as you can see. He was so eager to meet you. His hometown is New Orleans, but he came here
New Orleans.
after first losing his way. Oh, maybe you might.
Yeah, the door actually did animate.
Where is the path to heaven?
He doesn't just drop down. The latch actually like opens up so that the door can, although shouldn't this latch be right here if it opens this way? But either way, like I said, here's the normal camera angle. Like, this is what the player is normally able to see. You can't even move the camera around during this part. If you try to like look around, Heather just twirls her head. So the fact that there's any sort of door or hinge or anything up here that the player wouldn't see Game artists rarely know the final composition of a scene. They make what they're told to make, and sometimes that ends up with extra detail that won't be seen on screen. That's true. That's true too. Default, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Jeez, it's real. This is a real dead body hanging here. I don't think they meant for this to be part of their attractions. Who would have done this? Who could have done this? Swinging back and forth.
This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's nothing.
Like how the spikes and everything are visible. You can kind of see the separation in the ceiling. Like extra part up above here. Just want to look at all these little paintings and things. It's actually like a portrait. Most of these I thought were just like flowers and stuff, but is that? That looks like, is that the Ghostbusters? Hold on. Looks very similar. No. it was giving me Vigo the Carpathian vibes. And I wanted to pull up the original picture from Ghostbusters 2 to kind of compare it. It's similar, but not quite. Ooh, spooky. A ghost and a skull. Love how it's got just some like generic spooky house stuff. Another portrait of that same person. Creepy teddy bear. Okay. Trying to see if I can get a neat angle of Heather walking towards the spikes.
I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you.
exit. See you next time.
There's the exit. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime. Or if you'd prefer, we could come and visit you instead.
The whole ceiling drops, not just the spikes. Yeah, they don't just like jut down. The whole thing comes down like a panel. You can see where all the spikes kind of are. That whole section that moves.
That was supposed to be the exit, but it seems.
Did you see that Ito did the art of a magic card in the new set? Yeah, I did.
Everyone really likes you. They want you to stay with them.
Hiro Usuda, another Team Silent artist,
Don't be afraid.
has also done Magic the Gathering card art in the past. So, Silent Hill art collectors gonna have to start getting some Magic the Gathering cards. Is that the Titanic? Brain explodes. I don't know if you're interested, but I think I found the reference painting for Heather's God of Thunder costume. Oh, like the Japanese painting that the shirt and everything is? Wind God and Thunder God by Ogata Korin. Oh, yeah. And I mean, that's a pretty popular, like, famous bit of classic Japanese art, so that makes sense. But that would probably be the direct inspiration for it. 1 second, let me reset camera here. And I'm going to pull this up so that everyone can see what we're talking about. Share with the class. Go. So that is the artwork. Let me... Thank you for that, Brain Explodes. So we can show this for comparison. Very nice. Good find, Brain Explodes. And then the other Yeah, the other one is here. Ujin and Raijin. There you go. Ujin and Raijin. Classic Japanese painting depicting the god of thunder and the god of wind. Oh my god, like from Final Fantasy, yeah. Ujin and Raijin is a very commonly used bit of Japanese mythos. In a lot of RPGs, fantasy games, things like that. Still can't really read the kanji on her back though. Not sure about the third character. This one? Yeah. This one is really hard to tell. Even what you posted there doesn't look quite right. But I'm not going to even pretend to know enough kanji, know enough Japanese to know for sure what I'm looking at. Better view of the kanji in the painting. I can double check here in a moment. Once I'm not about to die. I don't think the characters are part of the painting. But that was something that Ito added into the design after the fact. Worth checking though. Oof. Take just a little damage. Just a little damage is okay. So now we're over here. Go through this fence. There's the front entrance. The part of the roller coaster tracks that Heather jumped from. Excuse me. Borley Mansion. Akko passing. Passenger. So Octopass something. Green Labyrinth. Berg? Octopassberg? What's an octopass? An octopassberg, for that matter. Some weird-ass street names. I think that's supposed to be the name of the ride. The one that you attach the chain to. Because they're pointing to, like, attractions. Like, this way to Borley's Mansion. That way to the Green Labyrinth. Of course, we get to look at all the Lakeside Amusement Park mascots. Everybody knows Robbie the Rabbit, but not so many people know Kathy the Kitty. There's actually 4 amusement park mascots for Lakeside. Robbie the Rabbit, Kathy the Kitty, Dawn the Duck, and Huey the Horse. Robbie looks like a chihuahua. I love the weird Robbie artwork in this game. This one. He's great. He looks like one of those ice cream bars. Like the SpongeBob ice creams where the eyes are always like fucked up in the wrong spots. Was hoping you'd look inside a rabbit costume. I did in part 1 of this playthrough during the nightmare intro segment. Nothing is rendered inside. Try and look at some of these areas that are blocked off by fences and things. You can see there's also all this piping and stuff underneath the ground going around everywhere. Most of it you can't even see. There's little hints of it here and there. It'd be hard to get a clear look at some of these things. All these little posters and flyers stuck around. The Rocked Swing. ROCKT SWING. I think it's supposed to be Rocket Swing. rocked swing. The swing rocket. Well, none of this is the Octopass Berg like I thought it might be. Where's the top of this ride? It's not there. It doesn't exist. They just go up into the void. I mean, that's kind of spooky. Kind of adds to it. You can't even see the top of the ride. These little torn up carts. These little seats. Look, there's even like a little display thing printed on it. A little handlebar. Oh, stay off the platform. Good advice. What is this, like light texture down below? Interesting. Yep, the swing rocket. Back here when we've got the chain. Roast them. Simple layers add so much to the detail. Really amazing what they managed to do with PS2. Oh, I completely agree. Silent Hill 2 and 3 and Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 are some of the absolute best looking games on the PS2. Like, it's really incredible the amount of detail they were able to put into character models, environments. The big thing with MGS2 was like all the little breakable bottles and magazines and things in the environment that had like physics you could play around with. Stuff that would react to you shooting it. Like, all of that was very new for the time. And it just added a crazy level of detail into the worlds. Being able to interact with things like that, being able to see, you know, so many intricate things kind of in the environment. Games at that time were really starting to look much better and look, you know, good enough where you can put a lot of detail into these things. And even then, a lot of it went completely unnoticed. Just because, you know, there's so many limitations. Player is on a 4x3 CRT television back in 2003, most likely, looking at this stuff. Let alone having a nice high resolution version like I'm playing now with a cam hack and everything to look at everything in all this detail. And yet they still took the time and effort. Put these kind of details, emphasis on details. Oh, here's your peek into the Robbie suit, since we have one right here. Like I said, you don't really get to see anything. See, this is where I need, like, photo mode. I just want Heather to, like, pose next to Robbie here, so that I can get the camera angle. But instead I have to, like, try to adjust. That's pretty good. Green shot. There's a thumbnail. Haunted Ground, Shadow of the Colossus, and Forbidden Siren 2 also looked pretty incredible back in the day. Yeah, I agree. I agree with all of those. Haunting Ground, in particular, is really great looking. Shadow of the Colossus, amazing looking effects and environments and stuff. Siren was bizarre with the way it did the, like, human faces, the textures, the animated, like, face textures and stuff, where they were, like, hyper realistic but stretched out onto the PS2 models, and they just had this real creepy effect to them. There's Huey the horse. Huey. Kathy the kitty. Dawn the duck. And of course, Robbie the Rabbit. Robbie the Rabbit. The only one most people remember. Yeah, the artifacts in Book of Memories. That's the only time the other mascots are ever mentioned in the franchise. They're collectible artifacts in Book of Memories. The original Five Nights mascots. They should do Lakeside Amusement Park versus Freddy Fazbear's. Do a crossover horror game. With all of the mascots. The Silent Hill mascots. Five Nights mascots. Get everybody in on it. Max Payne 1 did the real face to character projection before Siren, I think. I mean, definitely games have done it before that. But I guess less convincing. I'm trying to think of the nice way to say it. Because I love Max Payne, and the way Max Payne looks is so iconic. Like, I'm not trying to shit on it, but Sam Lake's face, that iconic face. A little more effective used in like a horror setting with like Siren. Lit up Lakeside Amusement Park sign up above the stage. Another one of those details in the environment you don't really get to see. That stuff. We looked at the rides. Go back to the rocket swing. Roll through 9,000 items to find the chain, only for it to not be the correct pixel. There it is. I attached the chain to the column. This half is fine. Better do something with the other half, though. Oh, my Saint Alessa. Nub is on. Hey, what's up, Megmane? Could be rusted. I'm not strong enough to budget, no matter how much I pull. A winch or something might do the trick. I got your winch. All's well on my end, other than losing my voice, having a sore throat. That's the main thing annoying me right now, because that keeps me from, like, being able to stream a lot of the time. I have a lot of issues with my voice, my throat lately.
Douglas,
You're late.
are you hurt?
I can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
What? I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You old fool! Getting yourself hurt like that?
Sorry.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be? I'm sure it'll be no big deal.
Yeah, but anyway, something's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe we'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how God of Mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life, don't you think? Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Yeah.
I want to help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
You remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like you.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
You'll be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem. Besides, my dad's not around anymore, so only I can do this. What are you doing?
Maybe killing you here is the only way to end this nightmare.
Yeah, you might be right.
I love the depth of field focus effect during that scene. When it's like focusing between Heather in the foreground and Douglas in the background, back and forth as they're talking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Douglas. I didn't mean it. Zombie Douglas. Douglas has seen some shit. Oh, the teeth. Dude is transforming. He'll be fine. This cool guy. Little blood splatter on his head. Claudia banged him right in his noggin. See, that's another one of those things. Like, left ambiguous. What the hell happened? How did Claudia beat the shit out of Douglas when he had a gun pointed right at her? I mean, presumably a monster jumped him or something. Douglas stare emote. I'll see about adding it.
What is it?
I just came by to make sure you were still alive.
Sorry. I'd come with you if I
guess that's the problem with older guys, huh? I'll handle things. You just rest.
Dahlia was able to deflect bullets in Silent Hill 1?
Don't die on me, okay?
Do you mean Alessa? Dahlia takes a bullet straight to the titty. Kaufman shoots her like right in the fucking chest. Well, I guess depending on which ending you're getting. If you're getting a good ending. Rabbit's all smashed up. Car seems pretty heavy. What happened to the person inside? His head's gone. Didn't Sybil try to shoot Dahlia? If you're getting good plus, Sybil shows up and tries to shoot Dahlia and that gets deflected. Kaufman will then show up and successfully shoot her. So I think it's more Alessa protecting, putting a barrier up around all of them, rather than Dahlia deflecting them herself. Then he calls her easy. Ha! You're easy. Bet you can't see this and keep your cool. Got anything else for me, Douglas?
I just came by to make sure you were still alive.
Sorry. I'd come with you if I wasn't hurt.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the problem with older guys, huh? I'll handle things. You just rest. Don't die on me, okay?
Don't die on me. I've already lost one dad today. Yeah. Fortune House. Seems like it's a bigger area from the outside than when you actually go in. I guess about the same. Just feels very short. You walk in and the table's just like right here. So you can't really walk all the way back. Here you go. Here's Heather's POV of like, here's a thing we should pick up and bring with us. Also, I love the way they did a static, distorted image for the halo of the sun in the crystal ball to make it look like it's reflecting. Like a very simple visual thing, but it's done really well. It adds like a really good, like, believable reflection. I got a doll head. There's a silver cup and a candlestick on the table. Looks like it has some meaning, but I really don't know what that is right now. Not an obsidian goblet. So at least we don't have to worry about cults. There's like a whole little room back here? Whoa. Like a whole space. You never get to see that. Like everything back here. Because again, here's the default camera angle. It doesn't even let you face that direction. I guess a little bit right here when you're first walking in. You can see that back wall. But it's got this chain link and the like torn up sheet or curtain. There's like a whole little area back here. That's cool. Wonder if they originally intended to have something more there. I know, we don't have a map for the area. In order to angle the camera upward like this, I have to press triangle, which is also the map button. So we can either deal with text constantly popping up and saying I don't have a map of this area, or I pick up the map for this area, and then every time I try to angle the camera up, then we actually open a map. Even more annoying. Don't you think so, Heather? Don't you agree, Heather? March and travel. Look at these little anime gnomes. Nothing else over here. Again, considering how little of this you can actually walk around and explore. A lot of area around here. Oh. You're also not normally able to look up in here. See the dome. This is all built in. More of the Silent Hill 1 corpses hidden in the floor here. Oh my god, and they're like squashed. He's like little bitty. Look at him. His torso's gone. He's just like legs. I didn't realize. I never really noticed. Like, you could tell from here, this angle, what they're supposed to be. But I never noticed they're like squished. Like shrunk down to fit in there. Until you're looking directly down at them, you can't even really notice. Hello, ma'am. You seem to have opening on your neck. Yep. There's an image for your brain to conjure up right before trying to sleep. That guy's staring at a butt. Oh my god, he is. Here's his POV. Like, what is this design on her shirt? Oh, it's like horses or something. A lion and a goat? Some kind of animals. Thought it was horses. See, like this one to me looks like a horse. Like the horse, the head, the legs. This is King Kong. I don't know what the fuck that is. Bear? Horse boobs? Excuse me? Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to my Rice Krispie squares. Photos on the ground. What's this? Silhouettes. Photos of these dolls. Cinderella on the left, Snow White on the right. But something's wrong. Whoops. I was trying to move the camera, and you move Heather. games today graphically look nice, but this is the kind of detail we don't get. I will take a game that has a pleasing art style and a high amount of detail using that art style over just graphic fidelity. Like, how many polygons can you cram into a character model? I will take art design, like art style and detail, any day. Any day. That's way more important to me than like the polygon count. That's why a game can be technically something like Silent Hill Downpour is more graphical, higher graphical fidelity than this game. But it doesn't matter how many pixels or polygons go into your artwork or your props or your environment if you make them as boring as possible. And there's only so many of them, and they're repeated very frequently to the point where you will notice them. As opposed to like a game like this where, yeah, the textures are low res. There's not very many polygons to make these little mushrooms and flowers. They're not realistic in that sense. But they're unique. You don't see them anywhere else. And they're a little part building an entire scene with colors, specks of color everywhere, and you're still making it look scary, still making it look eerie, even though it's sort of colorful and whimsical. Like, all these aspects of the art design are much more well executed. So it doesn't matter if a game has more polygons. It can still look like shit compared to something with a better artistic vision. Hey, Real Herbicide. Welcome. We're looking at dragons. Gonna eat you. He's gonna eat you. They had to extend this little part of the cave out for his tail. Just to make his tail fit. And you can't even see it normally. Like, again, here's the normal camera angle. I guess you can. Can't really see back there. It's also very hard to look up at this with the default camera. There are dinosaurs in Silent Hill 3? No, but there's a dragon.
Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
Hey, Yoshio, thank you for the raid. Hope you've been doing well. What part of the game is this? This is Lakeside Amusement Park. This is right after the doll head and red shoe puzzle. Run through this little treasure room. See, here's the thing. Like, so we're back to default camera. So you solve this puzzle. You run through here with default camera. And if just holding forward, this is what you see. And you immediately find the door that you're supposed to go through. If you don't stop and actually actively move your camera around, you don't even see this thing at all. Which I assume a lot of people maybe don't. It's just this very short little room. Again, even if you angle your camera over there, he kind of blends in with the rest of the cave. So you don't even really notice that there's a dragon over here. Yeah, there's nothing in here. There's like nothing to pick up. Just kind of a short little transitionary area. Someone worked overtime to make that dragon. You're probably not wrong. Yeah, Heather doesn't even comment on it. I could have sworn she had a, maybe because my light was off? Yeah, there it is. This is the dragon that guards the treasure chests. Just a prop and not scary at all. There it is. I knew she had a comment about it. I couldn't remember what it was, but I'm like, I know she says something. But yeah, you gotta have your flashlight on. Otherwise, she can't see. Just watching the Japanese gameplay video of Silent Hill 2 Remake. What did you think, Yoshio? I watched it as well, not on stream or anything, but saw that the other day. Magic Ice Cream House. Silent Hill 1 location. And this is a Silent Hill 1 save point. In the exact same place. Where you save in Silent Hill 1. Ooh, it's time to learn about the ice cream history. Alright, take it easy, Mercurius. Have a good one. Silent Hill spoilers of all kind are always to be expected here in my channel, even if it's not like the game that I'm focused on. Discussion comes up, so I can understand if there's something you don't want to be spoiled on. This playthrough is spoilers plus. Well, I mean, obviously for Silent Hill 3 it is, but I think Mercurius is referring to us talking about Silent Hill 2 Remake. And I'm just saying, like, in general, for anybody watching, you should expect spoilers from all things Silent Hill always. All the time. It is a constant topic of discussion on this channel. So if you are for instance a Silent Hill fan but you've never played Silent Hill 4, sometimes we start talking about Silent Hill 4. You might get something spoiled even if I'm not playing 4. So be aware. Want people to know. Gotta be okay with Silent Hill spoilers here. Gotta be okay with soft mix. Never cared much about spoilers. That's just me, I realize. I mean, I care about spoilers for certain things. A lot of things, actually. A big part of why I don't do blind playthroughs and stuff on my channel very often. Because you're basically just begging for Twitch chat to spoil things for you. So, the thing is, like, for me, if I'm watching like a stream and I don't want to be spoiled on something, I just leave. I don't point out to the streamer like, I'm leaving. Thanks, bye. Like, I just leave. Or if they're playing something I don't want spoilers on, then I don't watch in the first place. But I get it. Dahlia's the one who said it. Said that girl was a demon, that she took my daughter for a sacrifice. But it's not totally believable. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. When I saw that photo in the hospital basement, I thought that girl looks like Cheryl. I'm not going to read anymore because I'm losing my voice. Signed by Harry Mason. I wish there was a little bit more of this type of thing in Silent Hill 3. These little areas where it's, where it's like a direct callback reference to something in Silent Hill 1. Like a little poster up here too. Oh, it's part of the little display boxes up on top. Also the box of cookie and butter cake. Reused textures, props, environment props in Silent Hill 2. They got their whole menu. Miscellaneous. Chocolate. Felt. And Ginnaman. Ginnaman. It's like a mixture of gin and cinnamon. My favorite flavor of ice cream. You ever had Ginnaman ice cream? Oh, it does say fruit. I can't read. Don't worry about that. Bolt. Bolt. That makes way more sense. Just like Ginnaman. Now, I know you're not all going to correct me on fruit. And then nobody says anything when we're sitting here staring at Ginnaman, right? Nobody's got anything to say about Ginnaman? The ticket booth, but there's no one inside. Brew pumpkin spice. I'll take a Ginnaman latte. That's what I'm saying. Popcorn wagon. Get some more of these Silent Hill 1 corpses just hanging around. Laying around the ground. Another one over here. Then we have the merry-go-round. The unhappy carousel. And again, look at all these little details. You've got like a guy on a horse. All these sort of like old-timey paintings, photos. (1909) World's Fair. Is that actually what it is? Like exactly? That's a roller coaster. You like the track of the roller coaster on it. Definitely photos of some kind of real amusement park. This side of the horse isn't rendered. Okay. At least not until we actually get on there. Happy carousel enter. Don't they mean unhappy carousel? Got him. Horse breath. Yay. He's stinky. Part is so disturbing. I do love me the creepy carousel. The fact that the horses are alive. I think Heather even specifically says, yeah, this horse is alive. Alive may not be the word for it. It's no ordinary carousel horse, not made of wood or plastic. I don't know, but it's just kind of strange, that's all. It's just kind of strange. Every time I hear this music, it gets stuck in your head. It gets stuck in my head. It gets stuck in my head too, but I also mash up this song and the Big Booze Haunt carousel music from Super Mario 64. Like my brain combines those two songs. Prefer the carousel music in Silent Hill 1? Creepier somehow? The carousel sequence in Silent Hill 1 in general was really cool. Will this VOD will be available later? Yes. It'll also be on YouTube. Alright, horsies. Time to go. Oh. Actually, also wanted to try to see if I can get... Yeah. Like, you can't really get much of a top-down view. Oh, that's neat. If you look at it from the outside perspective, you can see that it's just rotating the level around you so that it doesn't fuck up your controls while you're walking around on a, like, quote-unquote moving platform. But it still gives you the visual effect that the platform you're on is spinning instead of everything around you. Hey, Crimson. Stinky horse breath. It feels like you're spinning still, even when I'd like, here, take the camera out, you can watch the effect break and it's still pretty convincing, you know? Like, zoom the camera in and it's like, oh, we're spinning. Zoom the camera out. You're not spinning. Everything is spinning around you. Perspective is a hell of a drug. It's a lesser. Awesome audio design. Yeah, I like this this track a lot. All the like chanting sort of sounding music. And I believe some of this chanting is done by Joe Ramersa, who sang the ending credits song, Hometown. He also sang the song Cradle of Forest for Silent Hill 4. He was the composer for Room of Angel in Silent Hill 4. And he's like Akira Yamaoka's go-to percussionist. Joe Ramirez is a great musician. And yeah, some of the chanting that you hear is him. Ow! Where's Pyramid Head? Shouldn't he be powering the carousel? He should be. I saw the movie. I know how things work. Fun fact, did you know that Tom Hewlett, the director of Silent Hill Downpour and the HD collection, visited the Silent Hill Revelations 3D movie set when they were filming the carousel scene. And they let Tom Hewlett ride the burning carousel. Thoughts on Tom Hewlett? He genuinely seems like a nice guy. Most of the games that he's worked on were actually like good or successful. Just not the Silent Hill games that he worked on. I think he's a very passionate Silent Hill fan, but yeah. Somebody who I'm glad is not in charge of decisions regarding the franchise anymore. But like I said, he seems like a nice guy just on a personal level. And the majority of his games, again, most everything that he's made with Way Forward, like the Shantae games, the Contra games, like most of the stuff that he's worked on with Way Forward has been like really solid, really good games. It's just a shame the Silent Hill games he worked on were kind of shit. Now the horses are all sheets. Much of this is still rendered. Not much of it. Guy in the center still there? Nope. Nope. Nothing in the middle? The whole top of the thing is like gone? All the outside stuff is gone? Such a creepy, weird area of the game, too. Where you're, like, descending down this impossibly long carousel corkscrew drilling down into the earth. Just to wind up in this church. Random question, have you played Conscript? I have not. Again, with this free cam, there's so many of these areas I never really notice like how tall the rooms or hallways are. Like how far up it is to the ceiling. A lot of sections of this game where you're put into an area that feels kind of small, and then it's actually like much taller, much more open than it really is. The door you always wanted to open? This one? This one right here? Yeah, I've always wanted to open this door too. Because there's no way to, like, get over there normally. You can clip out of bounds and get over here, but obviously, like, you can't interact with the door. It doesn't actually go anywhere. But the way this looks, it seems like you would have been able to come over to this weird little hallway at some point. Do you think Return to Silent Hill movie will come out with the game? I don't know what's happening with Return to Silent Hill anymore. I think that was probably the original plan, like as far as marketing. And it seems like stuff got delayed. It really seems like a lot of stuff with the movie kind of got pushed back for some reason. Movie's not coming out till 2025. Do you have a confirmed source, or are you speculating that, Yoshio?
He led you here. When will he cease his meddling?
If we didn't get any trailer or something by the end of August, then it's not releasing this year. I mean, I agree. I also think we're not going to see it. But it feels like it was going to come out around Silent Hill 2 Remake.
The time is not yet at hand.
And I'm guessing delays or something happened and kind of messed that up.
When the paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you. Alessa, your true self.
But I am Alessa.
Whoa, emulator's doing some weird stuff to the door back there.
Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa, is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't you want happiness?
Oh, that's what it is. It's the emulator not doing the candle effect, the heat effect.
We
correctly.
all need God's salvation.
Listen.
It's still an emulator issue. We saw the same heat effect not work right in Brookhaven.
You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
God is growing within you. You despise me, don't you?
You're
That's good.
Thanks a lot, Claudia. Very helpful. Read their book. That's cool that there's like even that much there. That you can make out images of like people. Eye of Night tarot card. Somehow I remember this stained glass. Shows God and the man and woman who birthed her. I come to this chapel all the time when I was a little girl. I came to worship God and to ask for my prayers to be answered. It wasn't exactly me. Actually, Alessa when she was a little girl. But anyway, none of my prayers were ever answered. All right. I need to try to maintain some of my voice so I don't just completely lose it, hopefully. So I think we're going to go ahead and call it here.